Tonight, we explore the life and wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king whose stoic principles guided the Roman Empire through its challenges. His meditations on virtue and leadership continue to inspire those seeking clarity and purpose in an ever-changing world. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We will be experimenting with different things to better your experience with us. Now turn off the lights, turn on the fan for some noise, and let's jump into a story I know you'll love. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, Stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the Forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, It was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power, interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until the events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his Stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanize soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher-emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings, the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, an infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticised Faustina for her independent demeanour, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realised, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilised. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticized him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognized that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too. the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted but an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. This concludes our story about Marcus Aurelius. There's so much history behind him and the Roman era as a whole, so we might cover Marcus Aurelius's wife, Aurelia, in tomorrow's video. If you're still awake, we have additional stories to share with you. We hope you receive the appropriate amount of sleep, as we all deserve a chance to reset each night as we're all one big family. Take it easy and good night. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon. A hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms, before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps, the king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks. On the battlefield, Alexander fights at the forefront. disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost. Yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers. And increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry maneuvers. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once-beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskynesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes king of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephant shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him. That the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience, anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided, dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realized that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly, she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could: his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else. To the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. By acting as if he were the authority figure, Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterise his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers, gathering legions known for their discipline and grit. He departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome, only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these manoeuvres, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarios, written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatized his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, as Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single factional rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, his enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east, confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's. They had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres: Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated, his head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic. It was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor, with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici," I came, I saw, I conquered. Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power, while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the Republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Socrates of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move, broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question, was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest, but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the Republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east, intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of Quman auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death, but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared, and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen, Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses, but Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realized they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganize the state. And reorganize it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents. echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance and famously a romance with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognized him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Caesar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Iulius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilized under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar stands in Roman history not simply as a conqueror or a dictator, but as a turning point. He harnessed ambition, popular support, and raw military skill to reshape the world's greatest republic. And in doing so, he cleared a path for imperial rule. Some see him as a hero visionary who expanded Rome's horizons. Others view him as the ultimate usurper, betraying the collective governance that had once defined the city's spirit. Perhaps both are true. In the end, Julius Caesar's story reminds us that history rarely lends itself to neat labels. The arcs of power, destiny, and personal will often weave together in ways that defy easy categorization. And if there's one lesson that resonates across the centuries, it might be this. When a single individual grows too large for the existing order, transformation, however exhilarating or destructive, becomes inevitable. Aristotle's story begins over 2,000 years ago, in 384 BCE, in the ancient city of Stagira. located in northern Greece. Born to a physician named Nicomachus and his wife Phaestis, Aristotle came into the world surrounded by a mix of science, medicine, and tradition. His father's role as the physician to the royal court of Macedon meant that Aristotle grew up in an environment deeply rooted in observation, inquiry, and the natural sciences. Even as a child, he showed a curious and inquisitive nature, traits that would come to define his life and work. However, Aristotle's early life was not without hardship. His parents passed away when he was still a boy, leaving him orphaned at a young age. Despite this loss, he was taken in by a guardian and received an education that emphasized both discipline and exploration. His early exposure to the workings of the natural world, combined with the structured environment of his upbringing, set the stage for his intellectual journey. At the age of 17, Aristotle travelled to Athens, the intellectual and cultural centre of the ancient world. There, he enrolled in Plato's Academy, a prestigious school founded by the renowned philosopher Plato. Aristotle quickly distinguished himself as a brilliant student, one whose mind seemed boundless in its capacity for inquiry. For 20 years he studied under Plato, immersing himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the natural sciences. Though Aristotle greatly admired Plato, he did not always agree with his teacher's ideas. While Plato focused on the realm of ideal forms, Aristotle's mind was drawn to the tangible, the observable, and the concrete. He believed that understanding the world required examining it directly, through observation and experience. This difference in approach would later define Aristotle's own philosophy, setting it apart from that of his mentor. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens and began a period of travel and teaching. He journeyed across the Greek world, sharing his knowledge and expanding his understanding of different cultures and environments. During this time, he also married a woman named Pythias, with whom he would have a daughter. His travels brought him to the court of King Philip II of Macedon, where he was tasked with an extraordinary responsibility, tutoring the young prince, Alexander, who would later become known as Alexander the Great. Aristotle's influence on Alexander was profound. While the prince was destined for military conquest and political leadership, Aristotle introduced him to the worlds of philosophy, science, and ethics. He encouraged Alexander to think critically and to approach his rule with wisdom and fairness. Though their paths would eventually diverge, the relationship between teacher and student left a lasting impact on both. In 335 BCE, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. The Lyceum was more than just a place of learning. It was a community of thinkers and scholars dedicated to exploring every aspect of the world. Aristotle and his students walked the grounds of the Lyceum, engaging in discussions that range from biology and physics to ethics and politics. These peripatetic discussions, as they were called, became a hallmark of Aristotle's teaching style. Aristotle's curiosity knew no bounds. He sought to understand the world in its entirety, cataloguing plants and animals, studying the stars, and analysing human behaviour. His work was both broad and detailed, reflecting his belief that knowledge was interconnected. To Aristotle, understanding one aspect of the world helped illuminate the others. His contributions to philosophy were groundbreaking. Aristotle developed a system of logic that laid the foundation for scientific inquiry. He believed that knowledge could be built through observation, reasoning, and experimentation. This approach contrasted with the purely theoretical methods of his predecessors, and it marked the beginning of a more empirical way of thinking that would influence science for centuries to come. Aristotle's writings covered nearly every subject imaginable. He explored metaphysics, examining the nature of existence and reality. He wrote extensively on ethics, proposing that the goal of life was to achieve eudaimonia, or flourishing through the cultivation of virtue. In politics, he analysed the structures of government and society, emphasising the importance of balance and justice. Yet, Aristotle was not infallible. Like all thinkers of his time, his work was shaped by the cultural and historical context in which he lived. Some of his ideas, particularly those on natural hierarchy and gender roles, reflected the limitations of his era. Even so, his methods of inquiry and his commitment to understanding the world continue to resonate. As Aristotle's influence grew, so too did the challenges he faced. In his later years, political tensions in Athens made his position increasingly precarious. Following the death of Alexander the Great, Anti-Macedonian sentiment in the city put Aristotle, with his ties to the Macedonian court, under scrutiny. Accused of impiety, he chose to leave Athens, reportedly saying that he would not allow the city to sin twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates decades earlier. Aristotle spent his final years in the city of Chalcis, where he continued to write and reflect. He passed away in 322 BCE at the age of 62, leaving behind a legacy that would endure for millennia. His works, preserved and studied over the centuries, became a cornerstone of Western thought, influencing fields as diverse as science, ethics, politics, and art. As you reflect on Aristotle's life, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a peaceful state of relaxation. His journey reminds us of the power of curiosity, the value of inquiry, and the interconnectedness of all knowledge. Aristotle's life was not just about answers, it was about asking the right questions and seeking understanding in all things. Feel the quiet wisdom of his teachings as they settle in your mind, a gentle reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey, not a destination. Let the story of Aristotle inspire you to embrace curiosity and to find wonder in the world around you. Now, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the serene halls of the Lyceum, the soft murmurs of philosophical discussions, and the gentle rustling of leaves as Aristotle and his students walk under the shade of ancient trees. Let these images carry you into restful dreams, where the wisdom of the past illuminates the infinite possibilities of tomorrow. As you continue to relax, let the profound legacy of Aristotle's life unfold in your mind. His dedication to understanding the world wasn't just about acquiring knowledge. It was about seeking harmony, balance, and truth in everything around him. Aristotle believed that knowledge was interconnected, and through his teachings, he encouraged others to see the unity between the natural world, human behaviour, and the cosmos itself. Imagine Aristotle walking through the Lyceum, the warm sun filtering through the trees as he engaged in thoughtful discussions with his students. His words carried a sense of purpose, guiding those who followed him to think critically and observe the world with care. These walks, known as peripatetic lectures, were not just a means of sharing knowledge, they were a journey of discovery, where every step brought new insights and understanding. Aristotle's influence reached far beyond his own lifetime. His writings were preserved and studied by scholars throughout history, shaping the foundations of many disciplines. In the Middle Ages, his works became central to both Islamic and European philosophy, earning him the title of the philosopher among medieval scholars. His contributions to logic, ethics, and the natural sciences provided a framework for future thinkers, from Thomas Aquinas to Galileo Galilei. In the realm of ethics, Aristotle's concept of virtue remains timeless. He believed that the key to a fulfilling life was finding the balance between extremes, a concept he called the golden mean. For Aristotle, courage lay between recklessness and cowardice, generosity between stinginess and extravagance. This philosophy of moderation offers a calming and thoughtful perspective, reminding us that harmony often lies in balance. As you reflect on these teachings, let their wisdom bring a sense of calm and clarity. The idea that life's challenges can be approached with balance and thoughtfulness is a comforting reminder that, even in times of uncertainty, there is a path forward that brings peace and understanding. Aristotle's work on the natural sciences was equally revolutionary. He believed that observation and experience were the keys to understanding the world. He meticulously studied plants, animals, and celestial phenomena, striving to uncover the principles that governed their existence. His efforts to categorize and explain the natural world laid the groundwork for modern scientific inquiry, inspiring countless generations of researchers to follow in his footsteps. Picture Aristotle seated in quiet contemplation, surrounded by scrolls and diagrams, his mind alight with questions about the universe. The gentle hum of the world around him, the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds served as the backdrop to his endless curiosity. This serene image reminds us of the beauty of learning and the quiet joy of discovery. In his exploration of politics, Aristotle emphasized the importance of community and the role of government in promoting the common good. He studied different forms of governance, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses. His belief that humans are political animals underscores our innate desire for connection and cooperation. Aristotle's insights into the nature of society encourage us to think deeply about the ways we interact with one another and the systems we create to support our collective well-being. As the rain falls gently outside your window, imagine the ancient world Aristotle inhabited, a world filled with wonder, where the mysteries of existence invited exploration and understanding. Let his story remind you that curiosity is a gift, one that opens the door to endless possibilities. Now, as you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the stars shining above the Lyceum, their light guiding Aristotle and his students as they pondered the mysteries of life. The gentle rhythm of their footsteps, the soft murmur of their voices, and the stillness of the night create a peaceful atmosphere, one that invites you to find rest and serenity in your own journey. Aristotle's life was a testament to the power of inquiry, the joy of discovery, and the interconnectedness of all things. His teachings remind us that knowledge is not just about understanding the world, it's about finding our place within it and striving to live in harmony with ourselves and others. Let the quiet wisdom of Aristotle's journey settle into your thoughts as you rest. His legacy is not just one of intellectual brilliance, but of a life deeply dedicated to understanding the beauty and complexity of existence. Aristotle saw the world not as a collection of separate pieces, but as an intricate tapestry, where each thread is connected to the others in profound and meaningful ways. Imagine the calm serenity of ancient Greece, the golden sunlight cascading over the white stone columns of the Lyceum as Aristotle strolled its pathways, surrounded by students eager to learn. They debated, questioned, and explored every aspect of life, from the nature of the stars above to the behaviour of the animals in the fields nearby. Their conversations were filled with curiosity and wonder, a reflection of Aristotle's belief that every question, no matter how simple or complex, was worth pursuing. Aristotle's ability to bridge different disciplines was one of his greatest strengths. He saw no boundary between science and philosophy, ethics and politics, or art and nature. To him, everything was interconnected, part of a greater whole that deserved to be studied and understood. This holistic view of the world is a reminder of the beauty that lies in seeing the bigger picture, in understanding that each small piece contributes to something far greater than itself. As you drift further into relaxation, let the harmony of Aristotle's teachings bring you peace. His philosophy of balance and moderation encourages us to find calm in the chaos, to seek the middle ground where we can flourish. The idea of the golden mean is not just a guide for making choices, it is an invitation to live with grace and intention, to approach life with a steady and thoughtful heart. Picture Aristotle at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and notes, the flickering light of a lantern illuminating his work. The quiet hum of the night provides the perfect backdrop for his thoughts, as he meticulously records his observations and ideas. Each stroke of his pen represents a step forward in humanity's understanding of the world. This image is a reminder that even the grandest achievements begin with quiet moments of reflection and dedication. Aristotle's life was also a testament to resilience. Despite the challenges he faced, from personal loss to political exile, he never stopped asking questions, never stopped seeking to understand. His commitment to learning and teaching, even in the face of adversity, is a powerful reminder that knowledge and curiosity are forces that can overcome even the greatest obstacles. Now, as you relax and prepare to drift into sleep, imagine the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shores of ancient Greece, the rhythmic flow of the sea echoing the timeless nature of Aristotle's wisdom. His story reminds us that the search for knowledge is an endless journey, one that brings us closer not only to the world around us, but also to ourselves. Let your breathing slow as you picture the peaceful gardens of the Lyceum, where Aristotle's students gathered to learn and grow. The rustling of leaves in the wind and the soft murmur of philosophical discussions create a tranquil atmosphere, one that invites you to rest and reflect. As the calm of the night surrounds you, let the echoes of Aristotle's wisdom carry you further into a restful state. His life's journey reminds us of the power of patience and persistence, the idea that true understanding unfolds slowly, like the petals of a flower opening to the morning sun. Each step he took, each question he asked, was a step toward unravelling the mysteries of life. Imagine the gentle rhythm of Aristotle's daily routines at the Lyceum, the sun casting soft shadows over the gardens, where he and his students would walk and talk. The air would have been filled with the scent of blooming flowers, and the distant sound of birds singing, creating a serene environment for thought and reflection. It was in these simple, unhurried moments that some of the most profound ideas in human history were born. Aristotle's approach to life and learning reminds us that it's okay to take our time, to explore the world with curiosity and wonder. He understood that knowledge is not something to be rushed. It is a lifelong journey, one that unfolds gradually and beautifully. This philosophy of patience and exploration is one we can carry with us, a gentle reminder to approach our own lives with care and intention. Aristotle often turned his gaze upward, marvelling at the vastness of the universe and pondering the mysteries it held. To him, the stars were not just distant points of light. They were part of a grand, interconnected cosmos, a reminder of our place within something far greater than ourselves. Let this thought bring you a sense of peace and wonder as you rest. Aristotle's teachings also emphasized the importance of community and connection. He believed that humans are social beings, meant to live and work together in harmony. His ideas about politics and ethics were grounded in this belief, highlighting the value of cooperation, fairness, and mutual respect. These principles continue to resonate, reminding us of the importance of building strong, supportive relationships with those around us. As you relax further, imagine the soft murmurs of conversation in the Lyceum, the voices of students and scholars blending together in a gentle symphony of learning. The warmth of their shared curiosity and the strength of their connections created an environment where ideas could flourish. Let this image remind you of the power of community, the way it supports and uplifts us, even in our quietest moments. Aristotle's dedication to understanding the natural world was unparalleled. He believed that by observing and studying the world around us, we could uncover the principles that govern life itself. From the smallest insect to the vast expanse of the heavens, Aristotle approached every subject with the same level of curiosity and care. His work laid the foundation for countless discoveries, inspiring generations of thinkers to explore and question. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Aristotle walking along a quiet beach at sunrise, the waves gently lapping at the shore. The golden light of dawn illuminates his path, a symbol of the new ideas and possibilities that each day brings. This peaceful scene reflects the quiet strength of his mind and the endless potential for discovery that lies within us all. Let your breathing slow as you embrace the calm and tranquility of this moment. The story of Aristotle's life is one of resilience, curiosity, and an unyielding desire to understand. His teachings remind us that no matter how complex the world may seem, there is always beauty to be found in the search for knowledge. As you fall into a deep, restful sleep, let the timeless wisdom of Aristotle's journey inspire your dreams. Imagine the serenity of the Lyceum, the warmth of shared ideas, and the quiet joy of exploring the mysteries of life. Thank you for spending this time with us at History and Sleep. May your dreams be peaceful and filled with wonder. Sweet dreams, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. The Ninth Legion, known as Legio IX Hispana, was one of the most battle-hardened and feared units in the Roman army, its origins tracing back to the violent civil wars of the late Republic. Raised by Julius Caesar in the mid-1st century BCE, the Ninth fought fiercely in the Gallic Wars, earning a reputation for unyielding discipline and brutal efficiency. Over the decades, it became a cornerstone of Roman military power, participating in some of the empire's most pivotal campaigns. It battled in Spain, Germania, and across the vast landscapes of Britannia, Rome's most rebellious frontier. But for all its glory, the Ninth would become a ghost in history, vanishing from records as if erased by time itself. By the early 2nd century CE, the Ninth Legion had already seen centuries of bloodshed. Under the rule of Emperor Hadrian, Rome's grip on Britain was fragile. The island had been a thorn in the empire's side since the conquest began in 43 CE under Emperor Claudius. While the Romans had established towns and fortresses, they never fully tamed the wild, mist-covered north, lands inhabited by fierce tribes like the Caledonians and Picts, warriors who resisted Roman rule with unrelenting ferocity. Rome had built walls, roads, and forts to control Britannia, but their presence was never secure. The Ninth was stationed at Eburacum, modern-day York, tasked with enforcing order in an increasingly volatile land. Then, at some point between 108 CE and 120 CE, the Ninth Legion disappeared from history. Unlike other Roman legions, whose movements were meticulously documented, the Ninth simply vanished, its name never appearing in imperial records again. Historians have debated its fate for centuries. Was it annihilated in a catastrophic battle? Was it quietly disbanded? Did it march into the unknown, leaving only whispers behind? The most widely accepted theory is that the Ninth was sent north, into the uncharted highlands of Caledonia, on a mission that ended in disaster. Rome had suffered crushing defeats before, the infamous Teutoburg forest massacre of 9 CE, where 3 entire legions were wiped out by Germanic tribes, proved that even the mighty Roman war machine was not invincible. But unlike Teutoburg, where survivors lived to tell the tale, no known tomb accounts exist of what truly happened to the Ninth. One possibility is that the legion marched beyond Rome's frontier to subdue a rebellion and was ambushed by a force too large to repel. The Caledonians were masters of guerrilla warfare, using the dense forests and rugged terrain to launch swift, devastating attacks. If the Ninth was lured into an unfamiliar landscape, perhaps pursuing an enemy deeper into the highlands, it could have been surrounded and slaughtered to the last man, its survivors hunted down in the shadows of the mountains, no messengers, no escape, no trace, a complete and total obliteration. Another theory suggests an internal mutiny, that the Ninth soldiers, worn down by endless campaigns, harsh conditions and poor supplies, turned against their officers. If rebellion broke out within the ranks and the legion fragmented, it could explain why Rome never acknowledged its fate. A rogue legion was a dangerous thing, a stain upon the empire's reputation that Hadrian may have preferred to erase. The Ninth's disappearance coincides suspiciously with the emperor's decision to construct Hadrian's Wall, a vast stone barrier that cut Britannia in half, sealing Rome away from the unconquered north. Could this wall have been a silent admission that the Ninth's destruction proved Caledonia was beyond Rome's reach? Whatever happened, the Ninth was never reformed. Unlike other legions that suffered heavy losses but were later reconstituted, the Ninth was erased from history as if it had never existed. No triumphal inscriptions were made in its honour. No poets sang of its bravery. A unit that had fought for over a century across 3 continents was simply gone, leaving only speculation in its wake. His disappearance remains one of Rome's greatest mysteries, a shadow in the empire's annals, a silence where history should be. Did the Ninth meet its end in one final savage battle in the mist-shrouded hills of the north? Or did it disappear for reasons Rome dared not reveal? The answers may forever remain buried beneath the earth of Britannia, lost in the echoes of time. Somewhere beyond the Roman frontier, deep in shadowy Caledonian highlands, lay the probable fate of the Ninth Legion. Contrary to the well-patrolled roads of southern Britannia, beyond Ibericum known today as York loomed an unforgiving wilderness of heavy forests, icy rivers, and endless hills perpetually shrouded in grey mist. An unyielding place, the Romans had previously suffered a couple of very critical defeats at the hands of local tribes. If it did, the Ninth Legion marched north for one last campaign, perhaps into the jaws of annihilation, never to return. One such theory says that around 117 CE, the Ninth was sent to put down an uprising in Caledonia. Roman historian Fronto mentioned severe losses suffered in Britain at about this time, hinting at unrest beyond the frontier. It is probable that the newly appointed governor of Britannia, Quintus Pompeius Falco, ordered the Ninth to strike north against rebellious tribes. The Romans, with their heavy armour and rectangular shields and disciplined formations, would have been an unstoppable force, but the Caledonians fought on their own terms in their own country, where the rigid tactics of Rome could be broken as easily as shattered stone. The Caledonians were past masters at ambush and in guerrilla warfare. They did not fight in formations, nor were they challenging the Romans in an open field, but they were using their acquaintanceship of the terrain best by striking out from the forest, cutting off isolated units to melt back in the mist again before the Roman could react. It is just as likely that the Ninth Legion was lured into some unrecorded valley or thick forest, out of which the entire force could be surrounded, attacked from all possible directions, and systematically wiped out before they could rally themselves. Whereas in other battles the Roman forces faced defeat but did not annihilate, and the soldiers left some message for those who stayed back, the Ninth left behind no messengers, no written records, no word of what happened. If every last man was cut down, if the legion was so utterly destroyed that no Roman lived to report the disaster, then their disappearance would have been absolute, a massacre so complete that it erased the Ninth from history itself. Another grim alternative is that the Ninth was led into an ambush, possibly thinking that they were on a mission to discuss peace terms with some local petty chieftain, then were massacred in a surprise betrayal. Some records suggest that the Roman officers may have overestimated their security and taken their enemy too lightly, much as they had during less serious earlier confrontations. If the Caledonians granted the Romans license to advance deeply into their land, apparently without opposition, only to strike with crushing force at a time of their choosing, then the Ninth had been consumed deep in the bowels of the enemy, in a place that was without exit. But even assuming the legion was defeated, why were no Roman reinforcements sent? If one of its legions was in trouble, Rome did not spare any expense in answering by using overwhelming force. If the Ninth had been destroyed, the Roman military should have sent out scouts, reinforcements, or at the very least a search party, yet no such records exist. Could it be that the Roman authorities knew what happened, but deliberately buried the truth? Some historians speculate that the destruction of the Ninth was too embarrassing to acknowledge, that Hadrian, who came to power in 117 CE, the same time the legion may have vanished, chose to erase the event from history. The timing is striking. Shortly after the Ninth is believed to have disappeared, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall begun in 122 CE, a massive defensive barrier meant to keep the northern tribes out of Roman-controlled territory. Might the wall have been an unspoken admission that the north was beyond Rome's grasp, that the loss of the Ninth proved further expansion impossible? Other theories suggest the Ninth did not get annihilated, but rather broken up, moved or reappointed to another frontier. Records even reveal that remnants of the legion might have been shifted to Germania, or the eastern provinces. But if indeed that was the case, why was the name never reused? Rome revived legions which had been defeated. Why was the Ninth completely erased? If these legions had been silently disbanded as a result of internal mutiny, poor performance, or even for reasons of political consequence, this would serve to explain their silence in history. After all, the empire did have enough history of revising history per the current needs of the leading regime. Had the Ninth refused orders, or worse, suffered some sort of embarrassing defeat, or collapsed due to low morale, then Hadrian may have found it easier to eliminate the legion from Rome's official records rather than acknowledge some kind of disgraceful failure. And of all these theories, one thing is certain. The Ninth Legion, one of Rome's most formidable military forces at that time, vanished into thin air. No memorials were built in their honour, no surviving officers recorded their final battle, and no concrete evidence explains their disappearance. The Ninth marched into history and into legend, becoming one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. If the Ninth truly met its demise in the grim wilds of Caledonia, then hanging in the back of history there is one burning question. Why did nobody save them? Rome was an empire founded on her military. Thus, when the legion faced an existential threat, whether to reclaim lost territory or to avenge their fallen comrades, reinforcements were usually dispatched. But when the Ninth vanished, there was no Roman response on record, no counter-attack, no inquiry, no wild expedition to retrieve the fallen standard of the legion. The Ninth simply disappeared from history. It is an unsettling prospect that can be put as a question. How can more than 5,000 trained men vanish without this being noticed by anyone? In the best scenarios, maybe Rome never actually found out. If the Ninth had been lured onto hostile soil, say tricked into believing they were marching towards some kind of skirmish, only to be completely surrounded, the slaughter could have been so swift and total that no messenger survived to report back. In the days before modern communications, legions depended upon runners and scouts for delivering information. In any one cataclysmic battle, if the Ninth had been destroyed, no one would have lived to issue the call for rescue. Another theory is that Rome knew what danger the Ninth was in and simply abandoned it. By the early 2nd century CE, the empire was overextended with many fronts on which military action was needed. To the east, Rome was locked in bitter struggles against the Parthians, while across the Rhine in Germania, hostile tribes threatened the empire's borders. His predecessor, Emperor Trajan, had been aggressively expanding Rome's borders, annexing Dacia, modern-day Romania, and waging costly wars that depleted Rome's treasury. By the time Hadrian was crowned in the year 117 CE, He had but one option: to maintain Rome's tenuous grasp on Britannia or turn his attention to shoring up the empire's more valuable provinces. Hadrian's decision was clear. He gave up the policy of expansion in Britain and fortified its borders. Only a few years after the disappearance of the Ninth, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall, begun in 122 CE, a huge defensive fortification across northern Britannia. Was this wall the silent admission of Rome's defeat? Did Hadrian finally realise that the no-man's land frontier up north was too hazardous to maintain? That the Ninth's annihilation proved further conquest impossible? There is also the chilling possibility that the Ninth was sacrificed for political reasons. Some historians speculate that the legion's commanders may have been involved in a failed rebellion or mutiny, leading Rome to erase them from history rather than acknowledge an embarrassing internal conflict. The Roman Empire was hardly unaware of rewriting history. It frequently happened that the names and figures of emperors were expunged from the records as if they had never lived. If the Ninth had risen against Roman rule, then it is very possible that Hadrian simply ordered them erased, thereby having their fate never recorded. Even granting the unlikely event that the Ninth was destroyed on the battlefield rather than by treachery, the Romans repressed news of military defeats. The empire, after all, was sustained by propaganda and illusions of invincibility. To let news get out that an entire legion had been wiped out could encourage further rebellions against Rome's enemies. It could have been easier for Hadrian's administration to simply bury the truth and leave the fate of the Ninth unknown. However, there are other theories that the Ninth was not destroyed but was simply removed from the records for far less sensational reasons. Some believe that the legion was quietly reassigned to another part of the empire, perhaps to the eastern provinces, since many Roman military units were stationed there against Parthian invasions. There is, however, some evidence that elements of the Ninth may have appeared in records in the Middle East decades later, but without any clear chain of command, it cannot be confirmed whether this was the same unit or just rebranding of another legion. One more troubling possibility is that the Ninth simply walked away from Rome. If this legion had endured years of harsh conditions, thinning supplies and incompetent leadership, is it possible they could have deserted en masse, melting into the wilds of Caledonia? There are accounts of Roman soldiers deserting their posts and integrating themselves into the local tribes against impossible odds. They will also have realised that they had been abandoned, and if the Ninth voted to take their leave of Rome, then they could have simply dispersed among the native people, their descendants melting into the population of Scotland without trace. Whatever the truth, the disappearance of the Ninth Legion is one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. If they were truly annihilated in battle, their bones may yet remain beneath the hills of northern Britain, buried in forgotten mass graves. If silenced by the political machine of Rome, they will forever be lost to the mists of time, and if to disappear on their terms, leaving behind an empire that did not serve them anymore, then perhaps their legend is greater than history remembers. The disappearance of the Ninth Legion has evolved over the centuries from a mere historical mystery to a full-blown legend, serving as the catalyst for a great deal of speculation, folklore, and even conspiracy theories. With no clear answers in the ancient records, historians, archaeologists, and storytellers alike have attempted to reconstruct the fate of the lost legion. But did the Ninth really perish in the wilderness of Caledonia, or might its soldiers have survived, their story lost to history's fog? One of the most resilient theories has been that the Ninth Legion was not destroyed in Britain at all, but was instead moved, without fanfare, elsewhere in the empire. Indeed, scattered references tend to indicate the presence of parts of the Ninth in the eastern provinces, certainly in Judea or Cappadocia, many decades later than those in which the regiment is last heard of in Britain. More probably, this would suggest that Hadrian transferred the Ninth, breaking it up and reassigning its men to other existing legions. Indeed, this would say that the legion was not vanquished on some desperate blood-drenched battlefield. The sands swallowed any traces of records in its aftermath. A sensationalistic hypothesis, popularly postulated, holds that the Ninth embarked to the east against the Parthians, and lost to native rebellions on unfamiliar fields, and not in Caledonia at all. It would not have been unusual for the Roman legions to be redeployed trouble spots throughout the empire, and some inscriptions have suggested that the remnants of the Ninth were serving in far-flung campaigns from Britain. If so, their disappearance may have been due more to gradual attrition rather than a single destruction. As survivors over time were absorbed into other units, the identity of the Ninth may have become blurred, erased by bureaucracy not battle. But if this was so, why was the Ninth never reconstituted? It was customary for Rome to re-establish such legions which had suffered defeats, sometimes with the same number but with recruits. The very fact that it was never revived suggests that something more significant actually happened, something Rome wanted forgotten. Legends and folklore suggest more dramatic possibilities. One such is the legend that says the Ninth did not perish, but instead broke its oath its men, realising they'd been left high and dry by Rome, turned their backs on the empire, and melted into the wilderness. The interpretation is partially based on a fact. Roman deserters were known to join barbarian society, even leadership in some instances. But if the Ninth did desert, might they not have been subsumed by the Caledonian or Pictish tribes, their armaments and knowledge of Roman tactics giving the natives a decisive advantage in future conflicts? Indeed, some have gone so far as to speculate that descendants of those lost Roman soldiers continued to live among the northern tribes, their lineage surviving long after Rome itself had fallen. This has been the inspiration for several works of fiction, most notably Rosemary Sutcliffe's novel The Eagle of the Ninth, where the remnants of the legion escape into the highlands, hiding amongst the tribes and keeping their Roman identity secret. Of course, it is highly speculative, but the idea of a Roman legion abandoning its empire and disappearing into the mist-covered hills is a tantalising prospect, one that inflames the imagination as much as any historical theory. Then there are more supernatural accounts, the whispered rumours of ghost legions, accursed battlefields, and restless spirits. Various local legends say it never left Britain at all, but was instead wiped out in a battle so fierce that their spirits still haunt the land. For centuries, stories have been passed down of Roman ghosts that march along countryside roads in Scotland. On misty nights, some say, the faint din of clashing swords and rhythmic tramp of iron-clad feet can still be heard echoing through the hills. The truth of what happened to the Ninth Legion may never be fully revealed. Their bodies, if they were destroyed in battle, still lie buried beneath the earth of Scotland, awaiting archaeologists to find where they lie. If they were quietly reassigned, the last remnants of their history might be tucked away in forgotten inscriptions on crumbling Roman monuments. But had they run, were leaving Rome, beginning to reinvent anew, far up north, then this is a story not about vanishing but of reinvention, about the few who wanted more than to choose between liberty and empire, and by that choice would become the stuff of legends. Whatever the truth, the Ninth Legion is one of Rome's greatest mysteries, a shadow in the annals of history, a whisper of a force that once marched beneath the eagle standard, but whose fate is unknown. Its story stays out there in the fog, beyond the reach of certainty, waiting for those who would uncover the past. Centuries have seen both historians and archaeologists look through the Roman records, analyse ancient inscriptions and excavate various battle sites in Britannia in order to find evidence that might confirm the ultimate fate of the Ninth Legion. Yet the answer continues to elude them. A piece in a game of jigsaw. A tale half buried beneath the earth. The first known history of the Ninth Legion dates back to the time of Julius Caesar, who had raised this very legion during his Gallic campaigns in the 1st century BCE. Over time, records trace its movements across the empire from Hispania to Germania and finally to Britannia, playing a major role in suppressing the revolts and defending Roman rule. Yet, after 117 CE, its trail goes abruptly missing from history. For many years, the prevailing theory among scholars was that the Ninth ended its days in Britain, most likely in a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the northern tribes. This view had been apparently substantiated by what seemed to be the most relevant piece of evidence, a stone inscription found in Eburacum, modern York, dated around 108 CE, recording the Ninth Instation in Britannia. This has been the last sure notice of the Legion on British soil, yet no Roman sources actually report its destruction, and that begs a question. If the Ninth was wiped out, why is there no written account of its defeat? Rome was not at all shy about recording the deaths of legions. When the Teutoburg forest disaster of 9 CE led to the destruction of 3 Roman legions, it was well documented. For the Ninth, there is only silence. This silence has engendered other theories in which the Ninth was not destroyed in Britain, but moved elsewhere within the empire. Some other scholars believe that this could have been transferred to the eastern provinces, probably Judea or Cappadocia, to assist in conflicts against the Parthians or Jewish revolts. One inscription found in Nijmegen in the Netherlands suggests that some remnants of the Ninth were indeed there around 20 CE, but whether this constituted a detached unit or survivors from a previous campaign, nobody can be certain. and yet there is no definitive proof that the entire legion was ever redeployed elsewhere. Archaeologists looking for the physical evidence for such a scenario, the destruction of the Ninth Legion in Britain, have found no battlefield, no mass grave, no abandoned camp to verify this theory of annihilation. A few have pointed to Inch Tooth Hill, an abandoned fort in Scotland, as one possible site of conflict. Others have looked to the area around Hadrian's Wall that was built only a few years after the Ninth vanished. Yet no evidence has turned up to prove it. No broken shields, no lost eagles, no bones of dead soldiers. If the legion was cut to pieces in a last great battle, where are the biddies? One theory is that the Ninth was destroyed piecemeal in a series of smaller battles. The Caledonians and Picts did not fight like the Roman legions. They were guerrillas, striking in hit-and-run raids and melting away into the landscape. If the Ninth was bled to death in some sort of long campaign, suffering ambush after ambush, then there may not be one battlefield where their bodies lie, but rather their deaths scattered across the wilds of Scotland, lost in the mists of time. Another theory is that Hadrian's Wall itself holds the key to the disappearance of the Ninth. Constructed between 122 and 128 CE, the wall made for a significant shift in Rome's strategy. Northern expansion was replaced by reinforcing the border. Some historians even feel this decision was based directly on the fate of the Ninth, as Hadrian himself realised that Caledonia was simply too dangerous to hold. Cut to pieces in some disastrous campaign, it may have provided that final warning that persuaded the Romans to draw back and dig in rather than advance. After decades of excavations, no concrete evidence has turned up so far that could explain what happened to the Ninth Legion, and the hunt goes on. Archaeologists continue to trawl Britain's landscape for Roman weapons, mass graves, or inscriptions that just might bring the story into the sharpest view yet. Advances in satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar in recent years have given researchers an unprecedented capability to map the sites of ancient battles in great detail, and it now raises the tantalizing prospect that one day a long-buried Roman battlefield will finally give up its secrets. For now, the Ninth remains one of history's greatest enigmas, a vanished force whose fate may never be fully uncovered. Were they slaughtered in the cold highlands of Caledonia, their bodies buried beneath the heather? Were they reassigned and forgotten, their legacy erased by Rome's shifting priorities? Or did they desert their post, choosing to disappear into the north and abandon the empire that had left them behind? Whatever the truth, the Ninth Legion presses on through the mind of the historian, the archaeologist, and anyone intrigued with the enigmas of the past. Their story is a story of battle, betrayal, and the unknown. A whisper of steel and blood, lost in time, merely waiting for a voice that might tell it. The Ninth Legion's tale has largely been lost in the rear view of history. We don't actually know what happened to them. Their last journey is but a distant rumour nowadays. Nobody actually knows what happened. If they were wiped out in some murky battle, went missing in the uncharted regions of Caledonia, or simply dropped off the face of the earth for good, one thing's certain, they were never heard from again. You're familiar with that slow fog that rolls in over the hills in the morning? Yeah, their presence is sort of like that. Just fragments of stone, small memories, and those silent questions that just persist on through the centuries. When the world's all asleep beneath the stars, it's as if the ghostly echoes of the Ninth are stirring again. In the silence of the Scottish Highlands, where the wind moves like a faint breath through the glens, there are people who say the Legion marches on. There are stories, old, half-remembered myths, of ghostly soldiers spotted on empty roads, of the distant rhythmic sound, of iron-shod feet that appear to have no origin. Legends tell of how on certain nights, beneath a silver moon, the spirits of the Ninth emerge from the shadows, caught in a perpetual march across the land that devoured them. Perhaps they were separated in the chaos of combat, their shields broken, their armour cracked by the blow of an unseen enemy too late to avoid. Maybe they struggled through the wilderness, panting with fatigue, their path swallowed by the dense forests and winding rivers, to discover that no rescue would ever come. Or maybe they simply dissolved into history, their final battle so conclusive, so absolute, that Rome chose to forget them, to let them slip away like a dream slipping beyond memory. Yet even dreams leave a mark, as the Ninth has left its mark upon time itself. The silence of their vanishing is louder than any record, their absence taking up the space between the pages of history like the profound, soothing quiet before daybreak. Hadrian's Wall remains a silent witness to their disappearance, a wall built to exclude the untamed land that could have claimed them. a divide between the known and the unknown. It remains there, steadfast against the winds that blow through it, a testament to an age still hidden in mystery. Though the fate of the Ninth Legion can never be fully disclosed, their myth survives. Their names are recalled in books, in whispers, in the minds of those who are drawn to the mysteries of history. Up in the still hills, where you can truly scent the earth and rain, and the rivers glimmer like liquid silver in the moon's light, the Ninth could still be roving about, not physically, but in memory, always walking the shadows of the ages. This concludes tonight's quest into the mystery of the lost Ninth Legion. But the past is replete with even more stories just waiting to be unearthed. It is the 3rd century BCE in the ancient city of Syracuse, a bustling Greek settlement on the island of Sicily. The air is filled with the scent of the sea carried by the breeze from the nearby Mediterranean coast. The streets are alive with merchants, artisans, and scholars, their voices blending into a harmonious hum. Among these people walks a young boy, his eyes bright with curiosity, his mind constantly searching for answers to questions most people do not think to ask. This boy is Archimedes. Born to a family of intellect and privilege, Archimedes' father, Phidias, is an astronomer who nurtures his son's love for learning. From a young age, Archimedes is fascinated by the world around him. The way the stars move across the night sky, the precise mechanics of gears and levers, the simple yet profound mysteries of numbers, all of these captivate his developing mind. He spends his days asking questions, pondering problems and seeking answers in the natural world. As Archimedes grows, his thirst for knowledge takes him beyond the borders of Syracuse. He travels to Alexandria in Egypt, a renowned centre of learning, home to the great library of Alexandria. Here he studies alongside the brightest minds of his time, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He dives deep into the works of great thinkers, geometry, physics, astronomy. Each new concept fuels his passion for discovery, and his mind sharpens with each lesson learned. Upon returning to Syracuse, Archimedes dedicates himself to a life of study and invention. He spends his days in quiet contemplation, often retreating to his study or wandering the shores of the sea. His mind dances with ideas, equations, and theories. He is not concerned with wealth or fame, but with understanding the fundamental principles that govern the universe. One of his most famous discoveries begins in a moment of quiet observation. The story goes that King Hero II, ruler of Syracuse, asks Archimedes to determine whether a crown made for him is pure gold, or if the goldsmith has mixed in lesser metals. Pondering this problem, Archimedes relaxes into a warm bath, the water rippling around him. As he lowers his body into the tub, he notices how the water rises, displaced by his form. In that instant, a revelation strikes him, the principle of buoyancy. He realizes that by measuring how much water an object displaces, he can determine its density and thus its purity. Overcome with excitement, he leaps from the bath and runs through the streets shouting, "Eureka! Eureka!" Greek for "I have found it." This moment, though simple, is a breakthrough in science and engineering, demonstrating Archimedes' brilliance and his ability to find solutions in the most ordinary of experiences. This principle, now known as Archimedes' principle, lays the foundation for understanding buoyancy and density, concepts that will influence science for centuries to come. Archimedes' work continues to expand. He is fascinated by the power of simple machines and begins to develop tools and mechanisms that demonstrate the incredible potential of levers, pulleys, and screws. He famously declares, "Give me a place to stand, and I will move the earth." These words reflect his deep understanding of the mechanical advantage provided by levers. He designs ingenious contraptions such as the Archimedean screw, a device used to raise water for irrigation and drainage. This invention, with its elegant spiral structure, helps farmers move water efficiently and will continue to be used for centuries in different parts of the world. Archimedes' mind does not rest. He explores the mysteries of geometry, calculating areas, volumes and surfaces with astonishing precision. He develops formulas for the areas of circles, the volumes of spheres, and the properties of parabolas. His work on the mathematics of shapes lays the groundwork for calculus, a field that will not fully develop until many centuries later. In addition to his theoretical work, Archimedes applies his knowledge to practical problems. Syracuse faces threats from rival powers, and Archimedes' inventions become tools of defence. He designs war machines, catapults, cranes, and even rumoured death rays that use mirrors to focus sunlight and set enemy ships ablaze. These devices, products of his genius, help protect his city from invaders. Yet for all his achievements, Archimedes remains humble, his mind always focused on the pursuit of truth. His days are spent drawing diagrams in the sand, solving equations and pondering the mysteries of the universe. His joy lies not in the recognition of others, but in the quiet satisfaction of discovery. As you breathe deeply and slowly, imagine Archimedes in his study, the soft glow of an oil lamp illuminating the scrolls and diagrams spread before him. The gentle sound of waves drifts through an open window, a soothing rhythm that accompanies his thoughts. The air is filled with the faint scent of parchment and seawater. In this moment of stillness, there is a profound sense of peace, a quiet celebration of the mind's limitless potential. Archimedes' life, though dedicated to discovery, ends in a moment of tragic misunderstanding. During the siege of Syracuse by the Roman army, the city falls despite its defences. As the soldiers enter, Archimedes is engrossed in his work, drawing a mathematical diagram in the sand. A Roman soldier approaches him, but Archimedes, absorbed in his thoughts, asks the soldier not to disturb his circles. In a tragic instant, the soldier strikes him down, unaware of the brilliance of the man before him. But though his life is cut short, Archimedes' legacy endures. His discoveries, his inventions, and his insights into the world of mathematics and physics continue to inspire generations. His work becomes the foundation for future scientists, engineers, and thinkers, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and intellect. As you drift further into sleep, let the story of Archimedes remind you of the beauty of exploration, the joy of discovery, and the quiet power of the mind. His life teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how simple or complex, is a journey worth taking. Each question we ask, each problem we solve, brings us closer to understanding the wonders of the world. As you sink deeper into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the wisdom and wonder of Archimedes' life continue to guide your thoughts. His journey was one of relentless curiosity, an unquenchable thirst for understanding the mysteries of the universe. Even now, centuries later, his discoveries ripple through time, touching the modern world in ways both seen and unseen. Picture the quiet streets of ancient Syracuse once more. The sun has set and the city is cloaked in twilight. The gentle sound of the sea rolls in the distance, its waves washing softly against the stone walls of the harbour. Lanterns flicker along the narrow alleyways, casting warm pools of light onto the cobbled streets. Somewhere in this peaceful setting, Archimedes walks slowly, his mind alive with thoughts and ideas. He is at ease, his steps unhurried, the weight of his questions a welcome companion rather than a burden. This tranquility reflects a life devoted to understanding, to peeling back the layers of the world to reveal the beauty beneath. Archimedes saw the universe as a grand puzzle, one that could be unravelled with patience, logic, and observation. He understood that the smallest discoveries could lead to the grandest truths, that even the most complex problems could be solved by breaking them down into their simplest forms. Imagine him standing by the shoreline, the breeze rustling his robes, the salty air filling his lungs. He gazes out at the expanse of the sea, the horizon a seamless blend of water and sky. In his mind, the sea is not just a vast body of water, but a dynamic system governed by principles he can explore and understand. To Archimedes, every wave, every ripple tells a story of motion, force, and balance. His world is alive with meaning, a canvas on which the laws of nature are painted with exquisite detail. He returns to his workshop, a quiet space filled with scrolls, diagrams, and tools of his trade. The air carries the scent of ink, parchment, and aged wood. The room is dimly lit by the soft glow of an oil lamp, its flame dancing gently. Archimedes leans over a table strewn with geometric figures and mechanical designs. His fingers trace the lines of a new invention, his mind focused yet serene. Each stroke of his quill, each measurement, is a step in his never-ending quest to understand the world more deeply. His life reminds us that knowledge is not just power, it is also peace. The act of learning, of discovering, brings with it a calm certainty, a quiet joy. Archimedes found solace in his work, in the simple yet profound pleasure of solving a problem, of uncovering a truth that lay hidden just beneath the surface. His discoveries were not just for his time but for all time, a gift to future generations who would build upon his legacy. Allow your mind to rest in this world of gentle discovery, where questions are welcomed and answers are earned through patience and insight. Let the image of Archimedes' quiet contemplation bring you comfort. His life shows us that there is beauty in thought, in exploration, in the pursuit of knowledge. No problem is too large, no challenge too daunting when faced with a calm and determined mind. As you breathe slowly and deeply, feel a sense of calm curiosity settle over you. The worries of the day drift away, replaced by the stillness of this moment. The gentle rhythm of your breath becomes the heartbeat of your own quiet discoveries. Like Archimedes, you're free to explore the depths of your thoughts, to wonder, to question, and to dream. The soft lapping of waves on the shore echoes in the distance, a soothing sound that anchors you to a place of peace. The stars twinkle faintly above, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie before you. Archimedes understood that the universe, vast and mysterious, is a place of endless wonder. And as you drift further into sleep, you too are part of that wonder, a being of thought, curiosity, and potential. Imagine the warmth of a gentle sun rising over the horizon, casting its golden light across the quiet city of Syracuse. The world awakens slowly, the streets coming to life with the soft sounds of morning. Archimedes' study is filled with the gentle glow of dawn, his scrolls illuminated by the first rays of light. The work continues, the questions remain, and the journey of discovery goes on. In this moment, you're wrapped in a blanket of peace and possibility. The story of Archimedes whispers to you that the pursuit of knowledge is a path without end, a journey that brings fulfillment and joy. His life is a reminder that even the smallest insights can lead to the greatest understandings, that patience and curiosity are the keys to unlocking the universe's secrets. As you drift deeper into the serene embrace of sleep, let the story of Archimedes continue to weave through your thoughts like a gentle current. His life reminds us that the universe is filled with puzzles waiting to be solved, and each quiet moment of reflection brings us closer to understanding its secrets. The night is calm now, and the echoes of his discoveries linger softly in your mind. Imagine the gentle rhythm of the sea, the waves rising and falling in a soothing eternal dance. The moon casts a silvery light upon the water, its reflection shimmering and rippling with each movement. This same sea, with its endless motion, once inspired Archimedes to develop theories of fluid mechanics, his brilliant mind observing patterns and laws hidden in the simplest of things. To him, the sea was more than just water. It was a universe of knowledge, a place where physics, geometry, and nature met in perfect harmony. Allow yourself to float upon this tranquil sea, the waves cradling you with their soft, steady motion. The worries of the day dissolve, carried away by the tides. Each breath you take is like the rise and fall of the waves, a rhythm of life, of peace, of calm. You're held safely in this space of quiet discovery, where the world's complexities fade into simplicity, and every thought leads you closer to rest. Picture Archimedes seated on a sun-warmed rock by the shoreline, a piece of parchment resting on his knee. The wind tousles his hair as he sketches shapes and equations with a steady hand. His eyes are focused, yet there is a deep peace in his expression. The world is his canvas, and with every observation, every calculation, he adds a stroke to the masterpiece of human knowledge. His mind is a sanctuary, a place where curiosity flows freely, unencumbered by doubt or fear. In your own mind, you too have this sanctuary, a place where thoughts drift like clouds, where questions are welcomed, and where answers are like stars twinkling softly in the night sky. There is no need to rush, no pressure to understand everything at once. The act of wondering, of exploring, is enough. This quiet space within you is a reflection of Archimedes' own calm, thoughtful mind, a place where peace and discovery coexist. As the night deepens, the sounds of Syracuse fade into stillness. The bustling markets, the clink of hammers in workshops, the calls of merchants, all grow quieter, like the world itself is gently falling asleep. The only sounds that remain are the whispering of the sea and the soft sigh of the breeze. Archimedes continues his work, his mind at ease, immersed in the beauty of the world's mysteries. In his final moments, Archimedes was said to have been absorbed in thought, drawing figures in the sand. Even as chaos swirled around him, his focus remained unbroken, his mind lost in contemplation. This dedication, this unwavering love of knowledge, is a gentle reminder that we, too, can find peace in the simple act of thinking, of observing, of being present with our thoughts. As you breathe in deeply, imagine the sand beneath your feet, warm and soft. The gentle waves wash over your toes, each ripple a soft caress that soothes and relaxes you. The horizon stretches endlessly before you, the boundary between sea and sky blurred by a golden haze. This endless horizon is like the realm of knowledge, a place where there is always more to explore, more to understand, more to discover. Feel the weight of your body sinking into comfort, your muscles relaxing, your mind unwinding. The story of Archimedes lingers like a comforting presence, a reminder that within you is the potential for great insight, for curiosity, for peace. You are part of the same universe that Archimedes sought to understand, a universe filled with beauty, logic, and wonder. Now let go completely, surrendering to the calm embrace of sleep. The sea of your thoughts grows still, the waves gentle and soothing. The stars above shine with a quiet brilliance, each one a beacon of endless possibility. You're safe here, wrapped in the warmth of the night, guided by the gentle wisdom of Archimedes' journey. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May this story of discovery, resilience, and curiosity guide you into a deep, restful slumber. Let Archimedes' legacy remind you that every question, every thought, every moment of wonder is a step toward understanding the world around you. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are part of a grand, beautiful universe, and that peace and curiosity are always within your reach. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phainarete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul, and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato, in particular, dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief in the transformative power of questioning and reflection is a reminder that growth begins when we dare to examine our lives. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a sentiment that invites us to seek meaning and purpose in even the smallest moments. Picture the serene landscape of ancient Athens at dawn. The first light of the sun spills over the Acropolis, painting the marble temples in soft hues of pink and gold. Socrates stands with his students in the quiet morning air, his voice calm and steady as he shares his thoughts. The city begins to wake, its streets gradually filling with life, but in this tranquil moment, the exchange of ideas feels timeless, as if the wisdom being shared is as eternal as the sun's light. Socrates' method of teaching was not about providing answers, but about encouraging others to think for themselves. He believed that through dialogue, one could uncover deeper truths and challenge assumptions. His way of guiding others with questions was both gentle and profound, a reminder that sometimes the best teachers are those who help us find our own way. As you let these thoughts settle, imagine the peaceful simplicity of Socrates' life. Despite living in a city known for its grandeur, Socrates valued humility and lived with few possessions. He found joy not in material wealth, but in the richness of thought and the connections he forged with others. This simplicity is a reminder that contentment often lies not in having more, but in appreciating what truly matters. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, imagine the stars above Athens twinkling softly in the night sky. Socrates, seated with his students, gazes upward, his mind pondering the mysteries of the universe. Japan's origins are steeped in myth and legend, woven into the fabric of the country's identity. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, the islands were created by the divine couple Izanagi and Izanami, who dipped a jeweled spear into the sea and formed the archipelago. Their descendants, the Kami, shaped the land and its people. Among them, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, was the most revered, and it was her lineage that would give rise to Japan's imperial family, a connection that persists in tradition to this day. While these myths offered a divine origin story, the archaeological record tells another tale, one rooted in migration and survival. The first inhabitants of the Japanese archipelago arrived over 30,000 years ago, likely crossing land bridges from the Asian continent. These early foragers, known as the yeoman people, developed a distinctive way of life, marked by elaborate pottery, pit dwellings, and a deep relationship with nature. Living in scattered communities, the Jomon thrived for thousands of years, relying on hunting, fishing, and gathering. Over time, a new wave of migrants, the Yayoi, arrived from the Korean peninsula around 1000 BCE, bringing advanced agricultural techniques, metal tools, and a more structured society. The Yayoi introduced rice farming, which transformed the landscape and led to the rise of settled villages, social hierarchies, and territorial disputes. This era laid the foundation for the first centralized political structures in Japan, as powerful clan leaders, known as Uji, competed for control. Among them, one lineage, the Yamato, gradually emerged as the most dominant, consolidating power and setting the stage for an imperial dynasty. While the lines between history and myth blur in Japan's earliest narratives, these formative centuries shaped the cultural, spiritual, and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honour the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots. As the Yayoi period gave way to the Kofun era circa 250 to 538 CE, Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over much of central and western Japan, cementing itself as the dominant force. Unlike the decentralized power structures of earlier centuries, the Yamato rulers established a centralized authority, one that derived legitimacy from both military strength and divine ancestry. They claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, an assertion that reinforced their divine right to rule and set a precedent for Japan's imperial institution. As the Yamato extended their control, they adopted new governing strategies, incorporating rival clans into their administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as kofun, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 meters, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artifacts, signaling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean Peninsula's three kingdoms, Baekje, Silla, and Goguryeo, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced ironworking, Buddhism, and Chinese writing, innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from mere chieftains to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families, particularly the Soga clan. Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts, as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the Soga championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution. Initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions, Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soga clan, a family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soga championed Buddhist teachings, not merely as a spiritual doctrine but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Naka no Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the Soga. This event, known as the Taika Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reform sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor, and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code, the Ritsuryo system, was established. Closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance, it introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Heizhou-kyo, modern-day Nara, a meticulously planned city laid out in a grid pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Nara became the heart of government, culture, and religion, filled with grand Buddhist temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Todaiji, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Daibutsu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to the realm. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering in court politics. Monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asuka and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese-style calligraphy, poetry, and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet, even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision: to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto. As the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority. Rather than ruling directly, emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite revelled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Heian court was meticulously detailed in The Tale of Genji, a novel written by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colours. However, this refined world of the Heian elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement, large estates known as shun emerged, exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi, warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed as estate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans. By the late Heian period, two dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts, known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic Heian court, once the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces. While poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian-kyo, battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age. With the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan-no-ura in 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged victorious, forever altering Japan's political structure. The old Heian world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors, rather than court aristocrats, held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who were largely ceremonial figures, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with de facto rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Bakufu, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional lords, known as daimyo, controlling vast territories in exchange for military service. The samurai class, once mere enforcers for aristocrats, became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges, both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched 2 massive invasions, seeking to subjugate Japan as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who had expected generous rewards for their service. Without enough land or wealth to distribute, the shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet, imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun. While the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw a cultural renaissance, marked by the rise of no theatre, ink painting and the tea ceremony, it was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of 3 of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy built on military might, land control, and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet, even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era. As Japan descended into chaos, during the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, 3 formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his rule was cut short in 1582 when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit seppuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant-turned-general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Hideyoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago by 1590. He enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Iedo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance to prevent future uprisings. The Bakuhan system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin-kotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, the shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from travelling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theatre, ukiyo-e woodblock prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet, beneath the surface of stability, cracks began to form. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Heian period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, shun, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburao, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters, but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honour, principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, two clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political manoeuvring. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan-no-ura saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto no Yoritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honour, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges: clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting allegiances that would test the samurai's resilience over the centuries. What had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan for generations to come. Their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan, but fight to keep their place at the top. With Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185–1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jito, military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow Hojo Masako maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy, where the regents controlled political decisions while the puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols, under Kublai Khan, had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery, and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, Before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze, or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Takauji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of No theatre, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil, much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace. The Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, this inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control, and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, 3 remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos, as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, 3 figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him. Ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful Takeda clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet, Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings, and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honor and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics, and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogunate established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars. ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakuhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed sankinkotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable, like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was Sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet, within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theatre and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain, as their stipends remained fixed while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theatres, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered, like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, a new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of Sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbours. Telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. 2 factions emerged, those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869. a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came, a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema, and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai, but there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, two celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jeweled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers, and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror, as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susanoo, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Mikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens, carrying the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures, his name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperors emerged. The Jomon people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived, the Yayoi people, bringing agriculture, metalworking, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point, as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society. Both intertwine to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echoes still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. The role of Shinto and the worship of the kami. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine rule, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the Izgrand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misugi. Ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honour the kami, ensuring their continued favour and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that, after 100 years, gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favour from Hachiman, the kami of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines, and many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain, in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification, in ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Izigran Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Izumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okuninushi, and Fushimi Inari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors, before battle, would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through temizuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines, where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests dressed in flowing white robes performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikinen Sengu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Izigran Shrine. Every 20 years, the entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal, the idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into onryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds, to the whispering forests where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto defined the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures, like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate. How mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods. By declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu, they positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favour was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. The spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favor. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 1600, when Japan was fractured by civil war, leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga, in particular, saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favour, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land chosen by the gods remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories, it was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape, in ancient Japan The land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, it was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains. Towering above the land, they were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya Hem, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount He and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals known as misogi were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honor the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of temazuya at shrine entrances, where visitors rinsed their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorishiro, objects capable of housing deities, marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomeria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honoured the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical, but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind, that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century, was seen as a direct intervention from the kami, protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land, shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain, it was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine, whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests. The natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today, as shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology, how ancient beliefs shape Japan today. Though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favour of the kami, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist. Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line, from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day, reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumoda, people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honouring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits and creatures of myth, remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune, fox spirits, to the vengeful onryo, ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists, not just in shrines, but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture in onsen, hot springs, or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts, reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people, the deep-seated sense of honour, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono no aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honoured in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. Born in the port city of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive, grinding tasks of carding, spinning, and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in half a dozen dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores, where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, hands not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy, or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing, but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him. In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coast dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference, he was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he were successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine, one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism: floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialized. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, they saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, two distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors. Missionaries and fortune-seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native islanders engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in, cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread on both sides, often fueled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated, mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Mindon natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded, forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies, and defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with skepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the skull of the Spanish crown, and so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning, The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalized by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorized his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognised his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis, that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge, like astronomy, for short-term advantage. Eventually he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the Crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure, a man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval, and yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognized these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realized. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian Exchange is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic. Driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands, competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiralled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across two continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, He was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples' Day. The conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration, a thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society, exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. History, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, he represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labor in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth. not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, admitting error could jeopardize not just personal pride but the entire framework of royal patronage. Stubbornness, ironically, became a tool for survival in a cutthroat political environment. Historians continue to unearth documents that colour in the details of Columbus's relationships with both the Spanish monarchy and his relatives. Personal letters reveal a man vexed by the shifting allegiances at court and haunted by financial concerns. He yearned for the wealth and social status that successful explorers could attain, believing that divine providence had chosen him to fulfill a monumental role in human destiny. This near-messianic self-perception sometimes contradicted the messy and often brutal realities he oversaw in the colonies. Whether reviled or revered, Columbus stands as a testament to how individual actions can reverberate through the centuries. The controversies surrounding how modern societies commemorate him reflect broader debates about how we confront our collective past. How do we honour navigational feats while acknowledging the suffering inflicted by colonial pursuits? How do we teach the achievements of exploration alongside the tragedies that followed in its wake? The question of where Columbus fits within the moral landscape of history has no simple answer. For people in their middle years, like those between 45 and 54, revisiting Columbus can be a striking exercise in re-evaluation. Many of us learned a sanitized version in our youth, a simplistic epic of heroic discovery. Over time, reading more broadly or hearing stories from descendants of colonized communities might challenge those old narratives. The hallmark of historical awareness in one's middle years often involves reconciling childhood lessons with a more nuanced and frequently uncomfortable truth. Columbus's story exemplifies this process. Today, as technology allows us near-instant access to the world's knowledge, it's sobering to recall the day Columbus ventured into the unknown with only sails and unwavering belief. That leap, underpinned by flawed assumptions, still gave birth to our interconnected modern world. A world where the ripple effects of his crossing shape our politics, cultures, and environment. Whether we choose to cast him as a visionary, a reckless conqueror, or both, the fact remains, his voyages forever altered the course of history. And in contemplating his legacy, we peer into this broader quandary of how explorations, well-intentioned or not, can unleash forces that transcend the visions of those who first set them in motion. In closing, the life of Christopher Columbus offers us no tidy moral resolution, only an evolving dialogue about exploration, legacy, and the burdensome complexity of the past. If there's a final takeaway, it might be this: to remember that progress and tragedy can arrive hand in hand. Columbus dared to sail into the unknown, an act that simultaneously expanded horizons and contracted the futures of countless others. Through his story, we see the power and peril of bold endeavours, reminding us that behind every famous voyage stands a mosaic of human lives, some forging destiny, others swept aside by its relentless tide. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, Al-Husayn bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, Al-Husayn possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier, he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations, For Al-Husayn, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. Their house of wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, Al-Husayn felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al-Husayn grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, Al-Husayn reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea-houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Maryam bint Sa'id, cast an eye over Al-Husayn. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognised the advantage of travelling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Al-Husayn observed Maryam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimising exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Al-Husayn, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Al-Husayn found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practised fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, what wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, the caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Al-Husayn unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Yunus's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Maryam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Al-Husayn keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Al-Husayn could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Mariam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Husayn, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artifact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century. A place with alabaster walls, if legend could be trusted, concealing a trove of scrolls older than Babylon. Husayn listened, heart quickening. Though Mariam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, the scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Husayn unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Eunice's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden jinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Husayn listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Husayn dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described. Behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still, his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Husayn peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Husayn examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerized him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumoured codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Husayn noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Husayn lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Al-Husayn admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanahal, might hold a key to the codex. Al-Husayn's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al-Husayn wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al-Husayn felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. Perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, a half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al-Husayn took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al-Husayn pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanahal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al-Husayn noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al-Husayn listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Husayn found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanahal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Husayn, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Husayn scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dockworkers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Husayn felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Husayn set off with Mariam and 2 guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Husayn, it was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward, heart-pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Husayn called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Husayn introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Husayn unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanahal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go. But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving." Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Husayn promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Husayn laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Al-Husayn. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanahal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Al-Husayn and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Al-Husayn pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Tawfiq, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Al-Husayn brought his notebooks, Eunice's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanahal's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Al-Husayn inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Tawfiq recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Al-Husayn jotted down each tale, uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark clouds brewed on the horizon. Tawfiq urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Al-Husayn clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Al-Husayn's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Tawfiq guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Al-Husayn, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Tawfiq pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous. with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Taufik secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Al-Husayn carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Al-Husayn guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Al-Husayn paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Al-Husayn's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts, layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Basim's determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Al-Husayn's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway. Intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Al-Husayn traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlight spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Al-Husayn's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Al-Husayn and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Al-Husayn's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Eunice had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor, a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritizing the driest sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Husayn catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognized partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Eunice's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Husayn marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Husayn often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Husayn found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Eunice's instructions. Heart-hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Husayn felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Husayn agreed, recognising that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Husayn took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realised his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture, and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire, To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer, cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realize that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could. but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the piece of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains. In the cool dawn of February 12th, 1809, a boy was born in a small one-room log cabin in Hardin County, Kentucky, an area now known as LaRue County. His name was Abraham Lincoln, a name that would one day become synonymous with perseverance, justice, and the struggle to unite a divided nation. But on that day, he was simply the son of Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks Lincoln, a humble family living in the rugged wilderness. Abraham's childhood was one of simplicity, hardship, and constant toil. His father, Thomas, was a hard-working farmer and carpenter who taught Abraham the value of labour and self-sufficiency. His mother, Nancy, was gentle and kind, instilling in young Abraham a sense of compassion and morality. The wilderness around them was vast and unyielding, a place where survival depended on resilience, resourcefulness, and community. The family lived in a small log cabin, its rough-hewn walls providing shelter from the harsh winters and sweltering summers of the Kentucky frontier. Inside, the fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warmth a comfort against the chill that seeped through the cracks in the wood. Abraham, with his lanky frame and curious mind, spent his days helping his father with the heavy tasks of clearing land, chopping wood, and planting crops. Though life was demanding, young Abraham had an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In a world where formal schooling was scarce, he read whatever books he could find. By the light of a flickering candle or the warm glow of the hearth, he pored over the few volumes available to him. The Bible, Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe and Pilgrim's Progress. Words became his refuge, a gateway to worlds beyond the rough frontier. He absorbed stories, ideas, and knowledge, shaping a mind that would one day influence the course of a nation. Tragedy struck when Abraham was just 9 years old. His mother, Nancy, fell ill with milk sickness, a deadly disease caused by drinking the milk of cows that had grazed on poisonous plants. Her passing left a void in the young boy's heart, a loss that would shape his empathy and understanding of human suffering. In the quiet days after her death, Abraham and his sister Sarah clung to each other for comfort, their bond deepened by shared grief. His father remarried a kind and supportive woman named Sarah Bush Johnston. She brought stability to the household and encouraged Abraham's love of learning. She saw in him a boy who was different, thoughtful, driven, and destined for something greater. As the years passed, the family moved to Indiana and later to Illinois. The wilderness was ever present, but Abraham's dreams extended beyond the horizon. His hands, calloused from hard labour, would one day hold the weight of leadership. His mind, sharpened by books and introspection, would one day navigate the complexities of a fractured nation. In his early adulthood, Abraham worked a series of jobs. He was a rail splitter, a store clerk, a postmaster, and a surveyor. Each experience taught him something new about people, work, and society. His natural wit, humour, and storytelling ability made him beloved among his peers. But beneath his easygoing demeanour was a man driven by a desire to understand the world and make it better. At the age of 21, Abraham began to study law. His mind was meticulous, his sense of justice unwavering. He read legal texts tirelessly, often walking miles to borrow books. He passed the bar exam and began practicing law, gaining a reputation for honesty and integrity. His clients trusted him, knowing that he would fight for them with the same determination that had carried him through his own hardships. Lincoln's political career began humbly. He served in the Illinois state legislature and later in the U.S. House of Representatives. He was not born into power or privilege, but his commitment to fairness, equality, and justice earned him respect. He spoke out against the expansion of slavery, believing deeply in the principles of liberty and human dignity. In 1860, at the age of 51, Abraham Lincoln was elected as the 16th President of the United States. The nation he inherited was teetering on the edge of collapse. The deep divide between the North and the South over the issue of slavery had reached a boiling point. Just months after his election, the southern states began to secede, and the shadow of civil war loomed large over the country. Lincoln faced this monumental crisis with steadfast resolve. He believed that the Union must be preserved, that the ideals of freedom and equality enshrined in the Declaration of Independence must not be lost. His speeches, delivered in his calm and measured voice, sought to heal the nation's wounds even as war erupted. The years of the Civil War were grueling. Battlefields were filled with the smoke of cannon fire, and the land was stained with the sacrifice of thousands. Lincoln carried the weight of every decision, knowing that the fate of a nation rested upon his shoulders. The lines on his face deepened, his eyes often heavy with the burden of loss. But through it all he remained resolute, driven by a belief in justice, unity, and the hope that a better world could emerge from the chaos. In 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all slaves in the Confederate States were to be freed. It was a bold, transformative act that reshaped the purpose of the war and solidified his legacy as a champion of freedom. On April 9, 1865, the Civil War came to an end. The nation was weary, but there was hope that healing could begin. Yet Lincoln's story was to end abruptly. Just 5 days after the war's conclusion, on April 14, 1865, he was assassinated while attending a play at Ford's Theatre in Washington, D.C. His life, a journey from a log cabin to the highest office in the land, had come to a tragic end. Yet his legacy endured. The principles he fought for, freedom, unity, equality, would guide the nation forward. His words, his actions, and his unwavering commitment to justice left an indelible mark on history. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of Abraham Lincoln settle gently into your mind. His life was a testament to resilience, to the belief that, even in the darkest times, hope, compassion, and perseverance can light the way forward. As you drift further into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the legacy of Abraham Lincoln settle, like a comforting blanket over your thoughts. His journey from the rugged frontier to the hallowed halls of the White House is a reminder of the strength and resilience that lives within us all. His life teaches us that even in times of struggle, compassion, and perseverance can lead to hope, unity, and transformation. Picture the quiet landscape of the American frontier, the wide open plains stretching endlessly beneath a star-filled sky. The air is crisp and cool, and the soft breeze carries with it the scent of wild grass and earth. A sense of stillness settles over the land, the kind of stillness that comes with the end of a long day of toil. This is where Lincoln's journey began, where each sunrise and sunset shaped a man who would one day guide a nation through its darkest hours. As you breathe in deeply, feel that same calm resilience within you. The steady rhythm of your breath mirrors the gentle sway of the tall grasses, their tips shimmering in the pale moonlight. The sky above is vast and serene, a reminder that even amidst the chaos of life, there exists a quiet, enduring peace. Let this image fill your mind with tranquility, a sense of knowing that no matter the trials you face, there is strength to be found in perseverance and patience. Imagine the crackling of a campfire in the distance, its warm glow a beacon of comfort in the darkness. The flames dance softly, casting flickering shadows that sway and twist. This fire represents the warmth of human connection, the bonds of unity that Lincoln so passionately fought to protect. Even when the world was divided, he held firm to the belief that a nation could heal, that people could come together despite their differences. Lincoln's story reminds us of the quiet power of humility, empathy, and integrity. In his speeches and letters, he spoke not with arrogance, but with a deep understanding of human nature, of the pains and struggles that shape us all. His words carried the weight of experience and the hope of a better tomorrow. They were like gentle waves, lapping against the shores of a fractured nation, each word a step toward healing and reconciliation. As you lie here, feel yourself sinking deeper into rest. The burdens of the day grow lighter, like leaves floating gently down a stream. The water carries them away effortlessly, leaving behind a surface that is smooth and calm. Allow your mind to let go of worries, doubts, and fears, knowing that the path forward, though sometimes difficult, is always illuminated by the quiet light of hope. The soft whisper of the wind through the trees mirrors the quiet resolve that Lincoln carried within him. His journey was not one of ease, but of purpose. Each challenge, each setback, was met with patience and fortitude. He understood that change, real and lasting change, takes time and steady effort. In the face of adversity, he chose to act with dignity, knowing that his choices would shape the future for generations to come. As you drift deeper, imagine standing in the stillness of a forest at twilight. The world is hushed, the last rays of sunlight filtering through the branches, casting long golden shadows on the ground. This is a place of reflection, of quiet contemplation. The air is filled with the faint sounds of nature, a distant owl calling softly, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Here you feel a connection to the world around you, a sense of being part of something much greater than yourself. Lincoln's life, with its moments of triumph and tragedy, is a reminder that each of us has the power to shape our own legacy. His belief in justice, equality, and unity is a flame that continues to burn, a beacon that guides us through the darkness. His story encourages us to act with kindness, to stand firm in our principles, and to seek peace even in turbulent times. Breathe in deeply, the air filling your lungs with a sense of calm and clarity. With each exhale, let go of any tension or unease. Feel your body relax further, each muscle softening, your mind becoming lighter. The steady rhythm of your heart is like a gentle drumbeat, grounding you in this peaceful moment. The night envelops you now, a cocoon of warmth and safety. The stars above shimmer softly, their light a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe you're not alone. You are part of a story that stretches across time and space, connected to the dreams, struggles, and triumphs of those who came before you. As you continue to relax, let Lincoln's story inspire a sense of quiet resolve within you. His life is a testament to the idea that courage, empathy, and perseverance can overcome even the greatest challenges. His journey, though filled with hardship, ultimately brought hope and healing to a fractured world. You too carry that potential within you, the power to face challenges with grace and to find peace in the midst of uncertainty. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of Abraham Lincoln fill your dreams with calm, strength, and the knowledge that you are capable of overcoming any obstacle. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe for more soothing stories of history's greatest figures. Now, let go completely. The night holds you gently, the stars keep watch, and your dreams unfold like the quiet pages of a storybook. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are safe, that you are strong, and that tomorrow holds new possibilities, new paths to explore, and new moments of peace. As you drift even deeper into the comforting depths of sleep, let the quiet strength of Abraham Lincoln's story continue to guide you. His journey, one marked by perseverance, compassion, and unwavering resolve, reminds you that within every moment of stillness lies the potential for growth and healing. The night wraps around you like a warm, protective embrace, and your mind settles further into a place of deep relaxation. Imagine now a gentle breeze whispering through the fields of the American Midwest, where the tall grass sways like waves upon a sea of green and gold. The landscape is bathed in the silvery light of the moon, casting long shadows that dance across the open plains. This is the land where Lincoln grew up, where he learned the value of hard work, the weight of responsibility, and the simple joys of a life lived close to nature. The distant sound of a slow-moving river meanders through the air, its waters reflecting the soft light of the stars. Each ripple is like a thought, gentle and fluid, carrying away the worries of the day. You're standing on the banks of this tranquil river, feeling the cool, damp earth beneath your feet. The water flows endlessly, reminding you that life, with all its challenges and triumphs, moves forward in its own steady rhythm. In the distance, you see a campfire glowing softly, its flickering flames casting a warm, golden light. The warmth of the fire reaches out to you, offering comfort and reassurance. It represents the quiet resolve and inner strength that guided Lincoln throughout his life. The flames dance and sway, whispering stories of perseverance, courage, and the enduring power of hope. Lincoln's life, though filled with challenges and loss, was also a testament to the beauty of simple joys, the laughter of loved ones, the satisfaction of hard work, and the solace of quiet reflection. His humility and integrity, even in the face of great adversity, remind us that true strength is not always loud or forceful. Sometimes it is found in the quiet determination to do what is right. As you breathe in deeply, feel that same sense of quiet strength fill your being. Each breath brings with it a wave of calm, washing away tension and worry. With every exhale, you release the weight of the day, allowing your mind to sink further into the peaceful flow of the night. The world around you is hushed, the night filled with a serene stillness. The stars twinkle softly above, like tiny beacons of hope, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie within you. Their gentle light is a guide, leading you through the darkness and into a place of rest and renewal. Imagine now that you are walking along a well-worn path, the soft grass cushioning your every step. The path winds gently through a landscape of rolling hills and quiet forests, each step bringing you closer to a place of complete relaxation. The air is cool and refreshing, filled with the faint scent of pine and wildflowers. The sounds of nature surround you, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, and the soft murmur of the breeze. This path represents your journey, a journey that is uniquely yours. Just as Abraham Lincoln faced his own trials with courage and resilience, you too have the strength to navigate whatever challenges lie before you. The path may twist and turn, but with each step you're moving forward, growing stronger, and finding peace within. As you continue along this path, you come to a quiet clearing. The ground is soft and inviting, the air filled with a profound sense of stillness. Here, you feel a deep connection to the world around you and to the quiet power within yourself. This is a place of rest, a place where you can let go completely, knowing that you're safe, supported, and at peace. The night sky stretches above you, vast and endless, a reminder that you are part of something much greater than yourself. The gentle glow of the stars fills you with a sense of wonder and calm. You're exactly where you need to be, and in this moment, everything is as it should be. As you settle into this peaceful clearing, allow yourself to drift even further into the depths of sleep. Your breath is slow and steady, your body relaxed and weightless. The world fades away, leaving only the comforting darkness and the quiet rhythm of your heart. Thomas Alva Edison was born on February 11th, 1847, in the small town of Milan, Ohio, in the United States. He was the youngest of 7 children, and his parents, Samuel and Nancy Edison, were hard-working and resourceful. Samuel was a political activist and entrepreneur, while Nancy was a former schoolteacher who nurtured her children's curiosity and learning. From an early age, Edison showed signs of a restless and inquisitive mind. However, his education was far from conventional. He attended school for only a few months before his teacher labelled him as addled, a term used at the time to describe someone with a scattered or confused mind. This harsh judgment prompted his mother to take his education into her own hands. Nancy Edison believed in her son's potential and homeschooled him, instilling a love of reading and self-directed learning that would stay with him for life. Edison's childhood was marked by curiosity and experimentation. He set up a small laboratory in the family basement, where he conducted simple experiments and explored the wonders of chemistry. However, his thirst for knowledge extended beyond science. He devoured books on a wide range of topics, including history, philosophy, and mechanics. This eclectic education laid the foundation for the inventor he would become. At the age of 12, Edison took a job as a newsboy and candy seller on the Grand Trunk Railway. This job allowed him to earn money while observing the workings of the industrial world. He used part of his earnings to buy chemicals and equipment for his experiments. Edison even set up a small laboratory in the baggage car of the train, where he conducted experiments during downtime. His early ventures were not without mishaps. One experiment caused a fire, earning him a reprimand and forcing him to move his activities elsewhere. Edison's life took a significant turn when he became partially deaf, a condition that began in childhood and worsened over time. Although he later offered various explanations for his hearing loss, including a train conductor pulling him onto a moving train by his ears, the exact cause remains uncertain. Instead of viewing his deafness as a limitation, Edison considered it an advantage, allowing him to focus deeply on his work without distractions. As Edison grew older, his fascination with telegraphy opened new doors. He learned Morse code and became a skilled telegraph operator, taking on jobs across the Midwest. The telegraph was one of the most advanced technologies of the time, and working with it gave Edison valuable experience in electrical systems and communication. During this period, he began to develop his first inventions, including an automatic repeater that improved the efficiency of telegraph transmissions. Empty brackets. In 1868, at the age of 21, Edison moved to Boston, a hub of innovation and industry. It was here that he created his first patented invention, an electric vote recorder designed to speed up the voting process in legislative bodies. Unfortunately, the device failed to gain traction, teaching Edison a valuable lesson about the importance of creating inventions that met practical needs. This setback did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his determination to succeed. Edison's career really took off in 1876 when he established his first research laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey. This facility became a center of creativity and innovation, earning Edison the nickname the Wizard of Menlo Park. Here, he assembled a team of talented assistants who collaborated on a wide range of projects. Edison's approach to invention was systematic and collaborative, a stark contrast to the solitary inventor stereotype. One of Edison's most famous inventions emerged from this period, the phonograph. In 1877, he developed a device that could record and reproduce sound, a groundbreaking achievement that amazed the public. The phonograph earned Edison international acclaim and cemented his reputation as a leading innovator. The following years saw Edison tackle one of the greatest challenges of his career, creating a practical and affordable electric light system. While others had experimented with electric lighting, Edison was determined to develop a complete system, including generators, wiring, and light bulbs that could bring electricity to homes and businesses. In 1879, after countless experiments, he unveiled a carbon filament incandescent light bulb that could burn for extended periods. This invention revolutionized daily life and marked the beginning of the electrification era. Edison's work in electric lighting led to the formation of the Edison Electric Light Company, which later evolved into General Electric, one of the largest corporations in the world. However, his success was not without challenges. The late 19th century saw fierce competition between Edison's direct current, DC, electrical system, and the alternating current, AC system, championed by Nikola Tesla and George Westinghouse. This war of the currents was a bitter rivalry, but ultimately AC became the dominant method of electrical distribution due to its efficiency over long distances. Despite this setback, Edison continued to innovate in a wide range of fields. He improved motion picture technology, developing the kinetoscope and contributing to the early days of the film industry. His laboratories also worked on advances in batteries, cement and mining technologies. By the time of his death, Edison held over 1,000 patents, a testament to his relentless creativity and work ethic. Edison's personal life was as eventful as his professional one. He married Mary Stilwell in 1871, and the couple had 3 children. After Mary's untimely death in 1884, Edison married Mina Miller in 1886, with whom he had 3 more children. Mina played a significant role in managing Edison's affairs and supporting his work, providing stability in a life often consumed by invention. As we reflect on Thomas Edison's life, it's clear that his contributions went far beyond individual inventions. He pioneered a new model of innovation, combining scientific research with practical application and entrepreneurial spirit. His work not only transformed technology, but also reshaped the way we live, work, and connect with one another. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the flicker of an early electric light bulb, the scratchy sounds of a phonograph recording, or the hum of a motion picture projector. These were the dreams of a man who never stopped pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Let his story inspire your own dreams, reminding you that curiosity, perseverance, and creativity can illuminate even the darkest nights. As we continue our journey through the life of Thomas Edison, let's explore the later years of this remarkable man, a time filled with continued innovation, personal growth, and reflections on a life dedicated to invention. By the dawn of the 20th century, Edison had already secured his place in history, but his drive to create and explore new ideas never waned. His laboratory at Menlo Park had given way to a larger, more advanced facility in West Orange, New Jersey, which became his new center of operations. This expansive complex allowed Edison to work on multiple projects simultaneously and provided a space where ideas could flourish on a grand scale. The West Orange laboratory was a bustling hub of activity, where Edison and his team of assistants worked tirelessly on inventions that would shape the future. This facility housed not only research areas but also manufacturing spaces, making it a model for modern industrial research. Here, Edison's vision for invention as a collaborative process continued to thrive. During this period, one of Edison's key focuses was improving battery technology. He believed that rechargeable batteries held the potential to revolutionize transportation and energy storage. After years of experimentation, he developed the nickel-iron storage battery, which proved to be more durable and long-lasting than its predecessors. These batteries were used in electric vehicles, signaling Edison's foresight into the future of sustainable transportation. Edison's interest in motion pictures also continued to evolve. His work on the kinetoscope and the development of early film projectors played a crucial role in the birth of the motion picture industry. Although his methods and equipment were eventually surpassed by newer technologies, Edison's contributions laid the groundwork for the film industry's rapid growth. He saw movies not just as entertainment, but as a powerful medium for education and communication. In addition to his inventions, Edison had a keen sense of business and industry. He founded several companies over his lifetime, many of which merged or evolved into the corporate giants of today. His ability to navigate the worlds of science, engineering and business set him apart as a true pioneer of the industrial age. As Edison aged, his approach to work remained disciplined and intense. He was known for his long hours and often slept only a few hours each night, preferring to take short naps throughout the day. He famously remarked, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, a testament to his belief in hard work and perseverance." Edison's personal life also continued to be a source of strength and stability. His second wife, Mina Miller Edison, managed the family household and supported his endeavours with grace and dedication. Together they raised 3 children, Madeline, Charles and Theodore. The Edison family enjoyed a comfortable life, but Edison's devotion to his work sometimes kept him away from home for long stretches of time. Despite his fame and success, Edison remained a humble and often private individual. He shunned the idea of being called a genius, and instead credited his achievements to relentless effort and curiosity. He was known to be a man of simple tastes, preferring practical clothing and straightforward conversations over grand displays of wealth or intellect. In the later years of his life, Edison's pace of invention began to slow, but his mind remained active. He explored new ideas in fields such as rubber production, seeking alternatives to natural rubber for industrial use. He even collaborated with his friends Henry Ford and Harvey Firestone on this endeavour, forming what became known as the $1 Million Trio. Their combined efforts reflected the spirit of collaboration and innovation that defined Edison's career. As he approached his twilight years, Edison became more reflective about the changes he had witnessed. Born before the widespread use of electricity, he lived to see a world transformed by his inventions. The cities of his youth, once dimly lit by gas lamps and candles, now gleamed with electric lights. The hum of machines, powered by electricity, filled factories and homes alike. The world had grown smaller through communication technologies like the telegraph, the telephone and motion pictures, all fields where Edison had left his mark. In 1929, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the electric light bulb, a grand event was held in Edison's honour at his laboratory in West Orange. Attended by prominent figures such as President Herbert Hoover and industrialists like Henry Ford, the event was a tribute to a man whose ideas had changed the world. Despite the accolades, Edison remained modest, focusing instead on the future and the possibilities yet to be explored. On October 18, 1931, at the age of 84, Thomas Edison passed away in his home in West Orange, New Jersey. His death marked the end of an era, but his legacy lived on. In tribute to his memory, people across the United States dimmed their electric lights for a moment of silence. It was a poignant reminder of how deeply Edison's work had illuminated their lives. Edison left behind more than just his inventions. He left a philosophy of innovation, a belief that curiosity, hard work, and a willingness to experiment could change the world. His approach to problem-solving, his relentless pursuit of practical solutions, and his ability to turn ideas into reality inspired generations of inventors, scientists, and entrepreneurs. As you relax and drift into sleep, think of Thomas Edison's unwavering commitment to his dreams. Imagine the quiet hum of his laboratories, the soft glow of an electric bulb, or the scratchy tinny sound of a phonograph playing a long-forgotten tune. Let his story remind you that within each of us lies the potential for creativity and discovery. Even after Thomas Edison's passing, his influence continued to ripple through time, touching countless aspects of modern life. His laboratories, inventions, and philosophy of persistence left an indelible mark on the 20th century and beyond. Edison's legacy was more than a collection of patents or technological breakthroughs. It was a blueprint for how curiosity, determination, and collaboration could change the world. Edison's innovations laid the groundwork for industries that would thrive long after he was gone. The electric power systems he pioneered became the backbone of modern civilization, lighting homes, powering factories, and enabling the technologies we rely on today. The phonograph he created evolved into modern sound recording, giving rise to the music industry as radio broadcasts, and later digital media. His early motion picture work grew into an art form that now entertains, educates, and connects people around the globe. Edison's approach to invention also transformed the way research and development were conducted. Before his time, inventors were often solitary figures working alone in small workshops. Edison's vision of collaborative, team-based innovation in a dedicated laboratory environment paved the way for the research institutions and technology companies we know today. His West Orange laboratory became a model for innovation hubs and inspired future generations of scientists and engineers. The lessons from Edison's life extend beyond his inventions. His resilience in the face of failure is a timeless reminder that setbacks are often stepping stones to success. He once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." This perspective encouraged countless others to embrace failure as part of the creative process, to learn from it, and to push forward with renewed determination. His story also reflects the transformative power of curiosity. From the young boy conducting experiments in his basement to the seasoned inventor refining new technologies, Edison never stopped asking questions or seeking answers. He approached the world with wonder and a desire to understand how things worked, a quality that fueled his lifelong quest for innovation. This insatiable curiosity is a gentle reminder that within each of us, the spark of discovery can ignite remarkable possibilities. In the years after his death, Edison's family, friends and colleagues ensured that his memory was preserved. His laboratories in Menlo Park and West Orange were carefully maintained, and today they stand as monuments to his life and work. Visitors can walk through these spaces, see his tools and notebooks, and imagine the energy and creativity that once filled the air. The sounds of clinking glassware, the smell of chemicals, and the quiet hum of machinery still seem to echo in these historic halls. Beyond the physical spaces he left behind, Edison's ideas continue to shape the world. His belief in making technology accessible and practical lives on in every device that simplifies our lives. The light bulb, though improved and modified over time, remains a universal symbol of inspiration, creativity, and the triumph of human ingenuity. Edison's story is also a reminder of the human side of innovation, the patience, the long hours, and the moments of doubt that accompany every breakthrough. He understood that progress often comes slowly, and that true innovation requires both passion and persistence. As you rest tonight, perhaps you can reflect on your own journeys, knowing that even small steps forward are part of a greater path. Imagine a world lit only by flickering candles and dim gas lamps, where nights were cloaked in darkness. Then picture the slow, steady emergence of light, spreading from cities to towns, illuminating homes and streets. This transformation was more than a technological shift. It was a change in how people experienced life. Night no longer brought an end to productivity or recreation. With the glow of electric light, the world stayed awake, and new possibilities emerged. As you sink deeper into relaxation, envision Thomas Edison in his laboratory, the warm glow of a single bulb casting long shadows across the room, shelves lined with tools, wires, and glass beakers surround him. The quiet scribble of notes fills the air as he records his observations. His eyes, filled with focus and curiosity, study each experiment, searching for answers hidden in the details. This was a man who believed that within every problem lay a solution waiting to be uncovered. Edison's belief in progress and innovation reminds us that the world is ever-changing, shaped by those who dare to imagine something better. His life's work was a testament to the idea that with enough patience, creativity and determination, we can bring light to even the darkest corners of our world.